Once again, it would help if I actually had my microphone on. Hello, and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty well. Let's continue with Lands of Law, the Throne of Chaos. Just get it started up here. There we go. Okay. I haven't been doing any on my own time, because there's been no shops which I can sell exorbitant amounts of goods at. We've done all that. And also because we're stuck in these caves. We're actually quite close, I think, to getting through this floor of the caverns. Or caves. Catwalk caves. There's this second floor here, but so far I've only fallen down a hole to find this small area. We're up here. I have a pretty good idea of what we have to do here. There's this replicator up here, and I believe I have to replicate 2 keys to get through this door down here. We have 1 key. I have to make it into 2. I'm going to go and have a look at the last few areas I haven't explored. I'm going to try and fall down these holes here to see whether there's anything below them. I fell down these holes beforehand. That's what leads to here. And... Very interesting that those 2 holes and that layout actually lines up with this floor underneath it. I wonder whether it has to do that. I wonder whether the sections have to line up with each other. If they're like physically underneath each other in like a map sense, or are they just keeping consistency? I kind of assume they're just keeping consistency. Anyway, let's see. What else was there? There might be a few other places that... I said there might be another place I want to have a look at. I think also I was going to see whether I can move south from here, but I don't think there's anything there. There might be something else around here, because there's walls which I put the gloved, like, the like gauntlet on, and they don't actually show up on the map. So, like, there's one here, or one, there's like one around here, and it leads a path this way and one up that way. But you can't tell until you get there. It doesn't have an icon, so from here, we're just going to have to go all the way back down there. And we've dealt with pretty much all the enemies around here. There was soldiers appearing around here, but they're nothing we can't deal with. There was also these little spark creatures, which are a massive pain because they drain all of your mana. And I don't like that. Okay, there was also, yes, this. Which I did do. You have to put this statuette on there. And you can take it off again afterwards, and it opens up the path here. Previously, this was a one-way secret wall. I believe this is actually both. These are both one-way. I wish there was an icon to say that it's one-way. A number of these, I believe, are one-way as well. But like, you could have an S with like a red line on the side which you can't go through. So it's like blue line here, red line here. It's like, oh, you can go through that way, but you can't go through that way. Anyway, that would require a whole bunch of separate symbols. Only 4 though. They've got the space here for. So yeah, we have to use the hand. Where is? Hold on. There it is. It doesn't show up very well on the walls, so it's hard to see. There we go. Boop. And it closes behind you as well, so. We had gone down to these caverns. We're actually under Wyvil City, and chasing... What were we doing? I can't really remember. We came down here for some reason other than just chasing the enemies which managed to get down here. Or they were coming up from here? I suppose they were coming up from here because apparently we were betrayed. Victor, the blacksmith which we'd been selling to back in Gladstone Keep as well as in Wyville, has apparently tossed in his lot with the army, with the Dark Army, so... Sad for him. Right, I'm going to go up this way. And we're going to have a look at these pits. Okay, let me just save. Pits. And go down. Okay. Ooh, hello, there's one of those spark things. No. I don't have any mana. I wonder if you had a Valence cube, would you be able to, like, kill them with that? I really don't want to do that. There we go. Ooh, hey. We can rest here? Yep. It seems like the enemies actually move around while you're resting. But if they can't actually get to you, then you can rest perfectly fine. Okay. This is a bit more interesting than there. There's a door there, a teleporter. What's through here? Okay, oh, that put me just back up here. Okay. Oh, we'll fall down again. Open this. No, apparently we won't open that. Can you see the holes in the roof? You can't really. I wish it was a bit more obvious. Is there anything on the walls? Nope. Okay. Go through the teleport. If I drop down one of the other holes... Okay, yeah, this was a puzzle. You have to push these buttons. And... I'm assuming if I drop down here, I'll just end up over here. Let's try, just to be thorough. Yep. Okay. Is there a way to, like, go down over here? No. What if I close this? Nothing. Well. I wonder how you open that door. Maybe you can only go through that door the other way. I didn't mean to keep falling down the hole. I just like being down here. It's got a certain ambiance. We also got another spell last time. That's right. Mist of Doom. Haven't used that yet. Okay. There we go. It's interesting, actually, that you press the buttons, and every time you press the button, it activates it. It's not turning it on and off. So if the button is depressed, then it still does like what it's supposed to. Okay. Is there anything in here? No. I can pick this up because these don't act like that. They're just step on them and the door closed behind you. Okay, that opens that. Okay. You don't want to go down there. There it is. Okay, let's go back up. Oh, hey, there's one of those.
I feel dizzy.
Damn it. It's so hard to tell how far away it is. There we go. We'll just rest again to get our mana back. I don't want to have to keep using my mana potions. There we go. Save. I don't think there's another way to kill them without mana. So you pretty much have to use a mana potion if you've got one of them around you. Unless you can flee far enough to be able to rest. That might be why the doors open and close like that. So they can sort of go the wrong way. Back through them. And rest up and then move forward again. Okay, so you don't want to do that. That just opens that gate. Nothing there. Nothing there. Just adjust my keyboard again. Okay. Okay, right. We're at the replicator. Which is over here. Oh, hang on. That's different. Okay. So let's see. I wanted to replicate this key. It's not working. Seems like we have to charge this or something. Oh! There's one of those little spark critters in there.
How shocking. How shocking.
Do we just have to do that? No. Hello? Can I get you to follow me? I don't really know how I can get you down there. Can I push you down? Oh!
Dizzy.
Hang on. Why this? There we go. Ha ha ha. You have to slap him down. There we go. Okay. I think the other one must have just wandered into there.
How shocking. How shocking.
How shocking. Oh good, there's another one. Okay. Follow me. I was thinking maybe we had to push these into those spots, but
Feel dizzy.
because I didn't know that there was like a way to move them around, I discarded it. It can't push enemies, but I suppose with this glove we can actually. Come on.
Feel dizzy.
Nope. Oh, there's two here.
Feel
Come on.
I feel dizzy. I feel dizzy.
There we go. Get in there. Okay, get out of the way. There you go. Want to go around. We can rest up. And then we can cast. Okay. I suppose maybe it wandered into the area again? Hey, there we go. Okay. I suppose I can activate this. Or not. They're all lit up. Do I need multiple of them in there? Try getting another one in there.
Dizzy.
Ow.
Dizzy. Feel dizzy.
Okay, get down there, you little thing.
I feel dizzy.
No, there's already one there. There's actually two in front of me now. Did one of them escape? Ooh. One there, or two there, actually. Oh, I can't slap it. Too close. I feel like I'm doing this correctly.
Activate and replicate.
Do I have to turn it on, then put it in? Do I have to shoot them when they get into the little areas?
I feel dizzy. I feel dizzy.
Get out of here. There we go.
I feel dizzy.
You can't push them when they're up against the wall.
I feel dizzy. I feel dizzy.
There's actually 4 here now. Or 5. And let's reload, because I can't push them out of the way there. I'm actually going to look this up, because I feel like I've got it correct, but I'm just missing a detail. Oh! Okay, it seems like it's working, but you don't use it for what I assumed. I thought you had to replicate this key. Turns out you don't actually need to replicate this key. However, you could replicate something else. Let's see. So, like... I don't know. What have I got which is really good, which I would want to replicate? Halberd Widow is very good. I could replicate that. Also maybe want to replicate the Great Sword Justice. Since that's what Kieran's using. Red Axe Master isn't as good. No. But apparently you could do this. Put that in there. And then there you go, you replicate it. But you don't actually use it to replicate the key. That's actually not as good. Hey, that's good for you. Yeah, you can't. You can only replicate things once. Okay. As I thought, let's pick up this key again. And continue on, because I actually saw what you're supposed to do. And it's... It must be something which I've overlooked. Okay, so here I want to go this way. And then north. And into here. Because apparently I missed something in there. Because apparently, there's one of these soldiers here. which has something I want. But I thought I'd been fairly thorough here. Okay, let's see. This way. You just have to take your time because many of these walls, as I said earlier, are monodirectional, and it will try to flip you to go through one where you don't want to. But I've already cleared out all these guys. I must have just missed. Apparently there's a special one of these here. And that portal just leads me back over here. Though, it's like, apparently you're supposed to be able to find a blue key here. Dropped by one of the guards, but I didn't see anything like that when I went through here. Okay, let's go again. 228. Unless it's over there. But, I suppose I'll go over there. That was the, last area I actually... Oh, I can't go... No. Right, one more down. There we go. Come on. Get out of here. Mist of Doom. Oh, that's what the Card of Oblivion does or whatever. Ace of Oblivion. I think I used it. And spooky ghosts which appeared. I suppose it's just an instant cast of that. Possibly at level 4. Should train up our magic for level 3 mage. Hello? Okay. I went in here and I checked this chest. Did I pick up a key and I didn't even realize it? I've got this small key, but that's not what I need. I'm apparently searching for a blue key. Nothing there. Oh, you the one? No, you're not. There's nothing there. Maybe I've just got to use the yellow key and then it will appear?
A lock.
Okay, let me have a look again. Yeah, hold on. I could try the other key. I could, but I don't think it's the right one. Let's try. If it is, then I've just been massively overthinking things again. Now, what I was looking at was saying that it was a blue key, not a small key. Okay, fine. Well, it's done. What?
Welcome. I have foretold your coming.
Oh, jeez.
Verily I welcome it. We, the nobles of Cortesh, have long been at war with the evil Zealots.
Hold thy tongue, you lying Mortesian freak! You know the rules well. The outsider must freely make a choice. Periodically, Kieran, we select a champion to choose our fate. You have been chosen.
If you agree to annihilate the Zealots, the nobles of Cortesh shall bestow untold riches upon you.
The Zeot tribe shall best any offer those weaklings make. When you succeed in destroying the pitiful nobles, our tribe shall call you Lord Kieran.
I have no quarrel with either of your peoples. Why would I wish to harm them?
Here are the terms, Kieran. The race which survives shall reward you handsomely for killing the others. You must choose your path.
I need more time to decide your fate.
When you have decided, enter the sphere near the symbol of the tribe you wish to champion. You shall be spirited to the realm of your sponsor.
This is right, this is right strange. So strange, I didn't even spell it correctly. There we go. What the heck are they? They're like aliens now? Or just some wizard got crazy.
The Knolls promise great riches.
Okay. And they got big brains.
Lord Kieran does have a nice ring to it.
And there's no middle path. I mean, I suppose any gifts they give would be more useful than a title. I feel like in the end the choice doesn't particularly matter. Let's go this way. Ooh. Everything's all red and fiery. Where are we? Dungeons. Hello? Oh. No, help! We're being attacked by floating brain things. Oh, jeez. Stop making me drop all my items. It's extremely irritating. There we go. Now I can't remember who's supposed to have what. Ooh, neat music. Oh. More dudes. Ah! Stop that! There we go. Gotta come around the corner and you gotta make an earthquake and then make me drop all of my stuff again. All of my marbles. All over the floor. That's making a noise when I stand there. Okay. What are they called? Dolls. Oh, hey. Why did you make me...
Acid burned my armor.
Oh, you saw this!
Acid burned my armor.
Oh. Good gravy. Good thing that I saved. I'm not accepting that. Okay, so be careful in melee as well. They can destroy armor on hit. Ah. They're really making me like them. There we go. Just some more careful tactics are required.
I don't have enough magic. The acid burned my armor.
I'm sorry, I'm just not accepting it. If that happens, I'm reloading. We're gonna spend all the time getting armor and weapons and all that, and it's just like, nope, that gets destroyed now. It's an annoying mechanic in any game. Especially with armor being like, if you lose it, you just you just won't have it ever again. Like, I can't go to the shop and replace it. You'll just be at a, you know, at a penalty for the rest of the game, essentially. Are you coming through here? Well. Are you gonna come through there? Or not? And there is a button on the wall behind me. Oh, hey! It's Nathaniel's, key thingy. Oh dear. I hope he's alright. Probably not. Yeah, apparently they can't go through that, secret door there. Apparently they can. They just didn't feel like doing it while I was sleeping. You're immune to magic.
Burned my armor.
Are you? Okay, well, good thing that I noted that I found that that was there. I'm going to need that. Okay, let me save again. And we'll sleep. It takes them all this time to find their way through the what's it called? Secret wall. Or maybe they'd opened up once I picked up the thingy. That might be it. Or maybe that's only passable one way? I don't know. No good doing that. Where? Like there. Let's explore the rest of the place before I have to go over there then. A gold key. Okay.
Locked.
A chest. Okay.
What could this be for?
Firing giant spiked balls at us, apparently. Okay. I mean, can I open this? No, I can. What's inside? Steel braces. Well, nice. We can just drop these braces on the ground. Ace of Dominion. A Guardian. Another Guardian.
Empty.
Okay. Okay. Let's rest. Found its way in here. There we go. That's one gone anyway. This music sounds like something out of Jazz Jack Rabbit. Oh, there's one behind me? How did you get behind me, you little sod? You weren't there before. Can you go through walls? You're like the ghosts, aren't you? Yeah, it just like snuck up behind me. Jeez. Just eat multiple fireballs to the face. It's the only way to eat fireballs. Of course, you don't chuck them until I advance there. I hope I'm hurting them with this. Am I, or does this deal magic damage and are immune to it? Let's save. Okay, okay. Did that. Save. They're not too strong once I get into combat into melee with them. It's just surviving the barrage of magic and not getting my armor eaten away by acid. Dwarvish boots. Who's wearing normal boots? Both got dwarvish boots. Galanian plate mail. That's exactly the same as your dwarvish chain. And you've already got that. Okay.
Empty.
Good loot.
Nope.
You got saved. Let's open that again. Just, I don't know. Just so that I can say that I got that. Okay. There's no one here now. Okay. I can live with that. Let's go this way. Trident Mandible. That gives a bit more protection, but less offense. Okay. A number of crowns, which I don't know. Dwarvish plate mail. Bannon's reserve. I think we could drop the skin, Sam. We don't really need it now. And that kite shield.
Empty.
There we go. Nothing there. Okay. Down there. Have I killed all of them? There's a portal there. Answer, no. Get. There we go. Get your weapons. None of you lost any armor there. Very good. Save. And rest.
The acid burned my armor. The acid burned my armor.
You're just making me annoyed, aren't you?
The acid burned my armor.
Oh, oh, oh. Stop that! we go. That does seem to hurt them. Heal me! There we go. But they go between being a massive pain and just being really easy. Suppose they've just got really low health. I wonder what the percentage chance of them burning your armor is on hit. Damn it! Can't we, like, chain our weapons to our hands or something?
The acid burned my armor.
Then we won't constantly drop them and fumble them. Just fumble with our weapons all over the place. Okay. That's a good hit. Another good hit. If you can get them around corners like that, that's probably the best way. Oh, hello.
The acid burned my armor.
A rude awakening. Just keep backing up. Luckily, when they make you drop your weapons, Bakata doesn't drop both of his weapons, he just drops one of them. They can still deal a fair bit of damage with him. Until they earthquake you again. Then he drops his other set of weapons. Damn it. Get out of here. Bugger. Backed ourselves up into a corner.
The acid burned my armor.
Yep. That's just an instant reload there. Okay. Like, it's easy what to do. Just hit them when they come around a corner. That's simple. Like that. What seems to be quite difficult is getting the hit off. And sometimes they can just earthquake you even if you're a distance away from them.
Now the acid burned my armor.
And I thought those little squiggly things in the Herbish mines were annoying because they did this. Come on, one more hit.
The acid burned my armor.
Oh. I wonder whether the other group would have been any different. Somehow I don't think majorly different. Maybe they would be more focused on melee instead of ranged. Okay. We did that. Everyone's armor is alright? Yes. Save. Can we rest? Oh.
Locked.
Okay. Can we pick it? George's kite shield. Apparently he had two. Kieran can have that. Chainmail protector. That's better than the dwarvish chainmail.
Empty.
I suppose there's the extra armor you would get if you lost it, but doesn't really
An ornate lock.
make me feel better. Okay, that's a portal. Is there another way to reach that? There's a corner there. It seems like that's just a dead end around there. Ooh, hey. Nope. Leave me alone. Let me pick up my stuff. Okay. Oh!
The acid burned my armor.
No! Okay, there you are. Let's just do that door afterwards, I think. Not that it really matters. Why can't you just hit them?
The acid burned my armor.
I suppose actually you could just take your armor off. I mean, they can't burn your armor if you're not wearing any, can they? Will that make things better? Unless they can burn shields as well. The acid burned my body. I now have 2 less arms. There we go. Oh, jeez. I feel a bit more confident actually taking the armor off here because there's seems to be just the one type of enemy, so. Where are you? I've devised better plans. Okay. It's just a big thing in the center there. Ooh, hello. Get wrecked. I throw my armor at you. There we go. Okay, solve. A diamond, right? We don't need this riddle scroll anymore because we made the
Empty.
we made the potion, so we don't need that. That was actually never necessary to carry around, just useful to remind ourselves. Also so that we could show it to people. Okay. Axe butcher, an oil flask.
Empty.
Is this better than what you got? No. Why is this here? That's useless. Okay. Ugh. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. That's not who I meant to heal, but... Oh, there's a hole in the roof. Huh. Can you drop down into here from somewhere? Another guardian. I haven't used any of those. I've got 4 of them. Okay, let's see. Yep, just fly down the corridor and turn. Okay. That corridor just blocked off. I'm gonna have a look and see what the Guardian does. I'm assuming it's like a protect for a period of time or something. No, not Guardian of Destiny. That's the next game. No, wait, that's... Okay, here we go. Guardian Globe. Conjures a Guardian Sword which will strike at enemies in the immediate area. It can harm creatures only affected by magic and does 200 points damage to enemies in the immediate area. It's consumed upon use unless there are no enemies to attack. Okay. Nothing there. What's down here?
Locked.
Okay. Trying to picklock that teleported me, and I teleported twice because I clicked twice. Stop that! Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You just have to bite us, don't you? Slap him! Seems like they've actually kind of got like a limited number of the earthquake charges of earthquake. There we go. Save. Oh, I see you up there. I suppose what's causing them to earthquake several times is because they cast one each. There we go. Save.
A lock.
Yeah, it's a very odd looking lock. Can we pick it?
And this is already unlocked.
No. Okay then. There's another one.
And this is already unlocked.
There's another teleporter there. Okay. So, let's see. What did I do? I went into a room. Wasn't it this room? And I tried to pick a chest, but there's no chest in there. And then I teleported somewhere else. And then I tried to pick the chest in front of me again, and I teleported again. I think is what happened.
There is no way to pick this lock. It does not fit.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. Did actually earthquake me. Can we rest now? Apparently not. There we go. There's a portal in there. Let's rest in here. Dudes shouldn't be able to get us in here. Okay. Just save. Right, so let's see. Oh, there's a secret wall there. There's a bit over there I didn't explore. Something there as well. I suppose go through that portal. I was going to say, maybe they only cast the earthquake once when they first get into combat, but perhaps not. There we go. Right. Yep, go through here. My lantern turned on briefly. Okay, so I'm over here now. And that teleported me back there. Okay, so that just teleports you. Right. Well, let's leave this area. And I'll return if I find a key which I could use there. Let's go and have a look up there. Okay. That's just a dead end. Let's go down here now then. Ow. Yeah, there's all these, again, holes in the roof. Every, like, square's pretty much got a hole in the roof. A copper key. Drop this stupid granite rock. Is that used over there? Usually I'd expect the, keys to match the locks, but they don't really seem to coordinate that much with them now. Okay, we're over here. I mean, does that key work there? I'll have to go up and check. Where was that secret door? There it was. Wow! Fireball! Bam! 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 There we go. Yeah, they seem to only have like 120 health. Oh, hello. Okay. I don't really want to lose. I think the Whisper Cloak is really just like just a better like shirt. But I haven't actually looked it up yet to see if it does anything of note. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Whisper Cloak. Defense 7. Okay, yep, it's just a better shirt. Oop. So it's nothing particularly special. I thought maybe it was be. He said it would like make you harder to detect or something when he gave it to you, but when the beggar gave it to you. But that's just apparently a straight up lie. It doesn't do anything else. Why I held on to it. Okay. What's through this other... secret room... A basil cup. Okay. A full one too. Is that connected to their... I don't know. Over there now, I think. Wrong way. Okay, this way, and... Oh, hello! Fancy meeting you around the corner. Since when did I change over to freeze? There's one over to the right of us chucking fireballs, isn't there? Oh, they made us drop our weapons. Even on the, dead guys. Yep. You're there. Awaken! There we go.
A worn lock.
Do we have a key for here? We do. Humanoid bones. Bannon's reserve. Ace of Oblivion. Okay. Which one of these is better? This one's. Like I'm keeping them to throw at things. Like we need to do that anymore. Okay, so where haven't I been? Up there still. And I do have that gold key. But that was for down there. Is there another place I can go? No. Okay. I suppose we'll go through that portal behind the door which requires this gold key then. Nearly. Okay, can I rest for a moment? There we go. Boop. And go through.
Welcome to Kumala, spiritual home of the Zia peoples. You have been chosen to rid our world of the gnomes, yet they still flourish. Go back and do battle with our enemies, and great fortune will smile upon you.
Oh, I haven't dealt with them all? Okay.
While I respect the importance of your struggle, we have urgent business elsewhere. Is there not an expedient method of entering the castle?
I regret to inform you that our ancient tradition precludes our giving assistance to anyone who fails to champion our cause.
Okay.
Pardon me, I don't suppose you know the whereabouts of the witch they call Scotia.
Occasionally, victims of torture are thrown down here. Perhaps she resides above.
Huh.
Odd. They take no notice of us. Odd. They take no notice of us.
Okay. Reading some kind of Lovecraftian horror.
Welcome to
No, I don't want to.
You have been chosen to
Yes, I'll just leave. It's because I was turning around. Okay. I suppose we have to go through there. Must be another key somewhere. Or did I just miss, like, the one? Hey, have I killed them all now?
welcome to You have been chosen to rid our
Nope. Do more spawn all the time? Do I just have to wait around until some of them appear? Let me go back Okay, got that chest. Got that chest. That opens up to there. Up here is nothing. There's this chest here, right. So when I tried to pick this chest before, it teleported me.
Locked.
Crossbow Elena. Okay. Great Helm Nestor. Not actually better than any of the ones we've got. That's nice.
Empty.
And I suppose that's just a crossbow, which deals a bit more damage. No keys.
There is no way to pick this lock. An ornate lock.
Okay. This just leads to there. And unless there's a key in here, which I missed.
An ornate lock.
And now I'm just back here. Does that do something? Doesn't sound like it. At least, not anymore. It's got to be something with that. Okay, so let's see. I put something in here, it accepts it, and it disappears. Do they appear in the other place? Where was it? Oh. No. Wait, did I get Nathaniel's? No, I didn't. Okay. Let's load. I wonder whether they're going somewhere or are they just disappearing. I suspect if they're going somewhere, it makes me think like I have to retrieve something from that spot, put it into the alcove. It will teleport out of the area because for some reason it would be preventing me from leaving. with the item. Oh. Hello. Oh, there's multiple of you sods. Stop that. At least there's none of you chucking fireballs at me. There we go. Okay. Save. Pick up Nathaniel's key. Just leave the whisper cloak here. It's really not that useful. No, I thought that was the area I hadn't gone up there. But I have. Okay. Actually, perhaps behind that door is the way out of here. So you have to kill all of them, and then the Zerb, or whatever they're called, Zeob, will give you a key, which will allow you to go up that way. Whenever I see a name like that, I'm always reflexively, like, spelling it backwards in my head to see if it means something. Reminds me of, like, the Scourge from Captain Comic 2. That's Scourge. SK REJ GIB Scribjib. I think I got that right.
Welcome to Kumar,
Hello, have we killed them all now?
spiritual home of the Zeon. You have been chosen to rid our world of the
Nope.
Well,
Can you give me like a detector?
well,
I regret
Be nice if perhaps they made a noise when they were floating around. Do they? Don't think I've heard anything. Oh hey! There's one of you! Will my characters say something when we've killed them all? That's the last one. Would you know? Are those bones relevant? It's odd that there's some bones down here. These are like the first ones I've seen. If I put them into the slot, will that... Are these... Is this Nathaniel? In you go. Whether that will do something or not, I don't know. Because I remember in... I think it's Eye of the Beholder? You can find some bones around the place, and if you pick them up, you can take them to a cleric, and they'll actually resurrect... resurrect them. And they'll join your party. Not that we can have another party member, but... Okay. Have we done it now?
Hail Kieran!
There we go.
You have defeated our enemies, the nobles. We, the Xeon people, shall ever call you Lord Kieran. Please accept our grateful offering.
Thanks. Fighting skills have increased. Akada's fighting skills have increased. Paulson's fighting skills have increased.
Wonderful. We must hasten into the heart of Castle Cimmeria to find the evil hag Scotia.
Okay. Oh, hey. Zeob Key. I suppose if you do it for the gnolls, then they increase your, they increase your magic level? It seems to make sense since they're more focused on magic. Oh, and a Valence Cube. Let's drop this Bloodstone. Probably don't need that. Where are we? Oh, we're over here. What'd that do? Just makes noise. Okay, well. Yeah, let's go over to there. So Kieran's now level 6 fighter, Picato is level 8, and Paulson is level 6. Pretty nice. I wonder what the max level is for all of them. Let me just save. Nope. Stairs up. Ooh. Oh, hang on. Oh, great. Undead guys again. Actually. Nope. We've done this rodeo before. Where are you?
It didn't do anything.
There you are. It's a ghost of all the guys which we fought.
It didn't do anything.
Castle, level 1. We must be nearing the end of the game. Actually, a little bit shorter than I thought it would be. What?
It didn't do anything.
Okay, apparently those don't count as being magical enough. Let's equip this. Equip this. Also. Where is it? There we go. Equip our armor again. And we'll cut these, axes to death, where they'll bleed on the floor. Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh! Okay, apparently you can't press that by chucking stuff at it. I wonder what this diamond's for. Bleh. Yeah. Okay, beds. There's got to be another barrier in here, isn't there, which gets rid of my cube. Go away! Flying axes. There we go. A cobra figurine. And a pit. Ah. Okay, that's why all the pits were there. Wrong way. Wrong way again. Right way. Up we go again. Yeah, that's just apparently a skull on a stick. Every fortress should have one. Come on. Hit. Hit the flying axes. Are they really that hard to hit? There we go. Like how they bleed. Okay. A small key. How nice of Scotia to just leave these keys lying around. There we go. Be practicing my magic. Oh no! Eat spookiness! There we go. Also, it's nearly gone up another level. Is there nothing in here? Needs to be a lot of nothing in a lot of these rooms. Oh. Hello. Get. There we go. Go up.
Last, this door appears jammed.
Okay. I saw you walk into the wall there. And again. And you. There we go. Let's save again. Keep expecting those axes to have, like, some kind of nasty attack on them, like instant decapitation. Speaking of which, are we Prince of Persia now? I feel like I've heard that noise in Blood. Probably just a stock moan. There we go. Where? Oh. Oh! Heck! You chuck fireballs as well? That's a fair bit unpleasant. Great. Just gotta drop down here again then, do I? Hey! Awesome spellcasting abilities have been... Very nice. Rest up. No jump ability, so we just have to fall down again. Yep. And make our way around. Ow. To... there. Okay, it's not that far. So that door was jammed. Don't want to go in. Oh, wait, hang on. There's a button on the wall behind me. Does that get rid of the bit? Is this another? Yep, okay. Ah, okay. I feel that's dawn.
What an odd location for furniture.
It's dawn.
Yeah. Guts.
How did Dawn get in such a small ball? How did Dawn get in such a small ball?
Okay. Slap
How
it.
did Dawn get
Oh,
in such
okay.
a small ball?
Diamond? Oh, okay. Apparently that was what you're supposed to do.
Kieran, Paulson, I owe you my eternal gratitude. And what of Richard? Is he safe?
We have not yet freed His Highness.
I shall gather our forces and return to join you soon. My best wishes go with you.
Okay, that was a complete guess. I mean, I had that diamond. I wasn't expecting. I didn't really know what to do. What to do with the diamond. I just thought, oh, diamond's hard. It will like cut it open. Worked out in the end, it seems. Crystal ball. Okay. Sort of the overall style of this place reminds me of some of the levels in Hocus Pocus. I think it's how it's all sort of the same color. Okay. Right, there's no button there to open that. But they can just march through, so... it's not a problem to them. Bibles don't work. Great Axe Death. Not as, death-inducing as you'd think. Not actually better than any of the weapons we've got. I've got this small key. Trying that on a lock I come across. There's a button through there. And there's a dude. Can they not actually go through the gate? It looks like they're walking around the gate, rather than just going through it. Maybe they can only pass through walls, but they can't pass through a door. Boop. Oh! Didn't want to sleep.
It didn't do anything.
Okay. You dead now? Save. We're down here now. Okay. Get away! Stop slashing at me! There we go. Stab. And stay alive, Paulson. Well, he couldn't do that. I can get enough mana. Let's actually just close the door and sleep. There we go. Okay. Let's continue on. Need more of those axes. Insert joke about axe in question here. What? Oh, you saw it. Give me my auto map back. Thank you. Okay, okay. So, going into this room here removes the auto map. That's unexpected. But it seems to be just for that area. There. Curious how I'll do this riddle. Oh, I'm downstairs now, and it's still gotten rid of my auto map. I have to navigate through that area without... Ugh, I know where I was down there, but at least I think I was. I think I did. I was in here. Which isn't actually very far. If I went into the portal, I'd teleport and I could go back upstairs. But then you'd have to navigate back to here to get your auto map back. So what am I looking at? I'm looking at a room with a bunch of pits around it. And when I step, that's actually teleported me back to the beginning of... not too far away from where I was. Because that was just up here. Hello! Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So, there we go. Doesn't actually fill it out afterwards either. He's relevant? I don't hear them doing anything. That's teleported me to a different section of that area. And it's messing with my compass. No, it isn't. It's settled on south. Okay, now it's east. Now it's north. Now it's west. Okay. Well, I kind of want to keep going west. Because I don't know, that was where the open area was. There's a platform there. I don't think I could throw something to land on top of it. Right. No, that's right. Okay, so that hasn't actually changed my facing. Oh, it did. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a ghost in the wall? There is.
It didn't do anything.
I'm glad they're not like those ones in the tower where they were chucking snakes at you from across the map. That was a pain. Okay. Right, so I probably have to weigh this down. Go, death stick. That didn't get rid of either of those. Ah, there's a secret door there. Is there a button on one of these walls? That one's animated. That one's not. That relevant? That one's not animated either, so this one's different. Where's my cube?
It didn't do anything.
No.
It didn't do anything.
I mean, I can get rid of that. Do I see any buttons on this? So far there's been like a button down at the back, there's been a button up there. Not seeing any differences between them other than the fact this one's animated. That one's animated as well. And that one's not. Okay. So I don't think it's anything important. It's just like alternating textures or something.
It didn't do anything.
Yeah, nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, there's still pits surrounding there. There's another... I have this Cobra figurine. I suspect that goes on the plinth though, and I haven't seen that yet. Great axe death there. And I fall down. Okay, I'll just load that. Even though, you know, this is before I went through there. Okay, I think those tongue things are relevant to me, like, teleporting downstairs. They actually allow me to get into here. Sidestep unless I'm looking that direction. Oop. I think it just teleports me to the middle of the room to make it as disorientating as possible. I like how the compass wiggles around. Are we replaying StarCraft 2 campaign? Ah. I think as I said last time, I did enjoy it. I enjoyed all the unique units in the Okay, yep, right. We're facing north currently, or is it west? South. Right, okay. I want to get over there. Enjoyed all the unique units in the Terran campaign. It was neat. I think there was like a degree of creating your own units as well. Like, they would get different power-ups depending on which missions you took. That was pretty neat. Okay, let's put this here. Get this. And I think that's also a thing in the Zerg campaign, but I haven't played that. I think I remember people mentioning that. As I said though, it took so long for the next campaign to come out that I just sort of lost interest by the time it was released. And then I learned that they had changed the Overmind. I was a bit salty about that. Just be frank. It's motivations. They changed them. It's something I've had a bit of annoyance with Blizzard. They tend to make villains into sympathetic villains all the time. Where it's like, sometimes you just want a straight up... the bad guy to just be straight up bad guy. The same thing with Arthas. I'm not going to go into that. If I get to Warcraft 3, then that will be the time. Okay, put this there. I can hear things moving. Can I see anything different if I... No. And of course... Okay, right, I'm at the beginning again. Ah, I see. Okay, since these invisible teleporters there, you can't go back into that area to get your automap back. You have to sort of solve this room to be able to get your automap back, I'm assuming. Like that you can pick upgrades for just about everything. Yeah. You never played StarCraft 1 actually? You wonder if the remaster is worth it? I haven't looked at the remaster. I can't remember when it came out. I think it was generally considered pretty good. Better than the reforged one for Warcraft 3 at least. But I only have the original StarCraft Brood Wars. My CD for Brood Wars is around somewhere. Don't know where it is. Curse my younger self just putting the CDs in whatever free case was available. I went through all my cases a while ago and organised them all, and I don't know, it's just not there. The campaign for StarCraft 1 was pretty fun though. Difficult. I always ended up cheating. I need to play through it properly without cheats sometime. Okay, this is back at the entrance. Yep, I was going the wrong way. Let me just get the compass. So this is south. Okay. Pardon, I need to concentrate as to where I'm going. So let's see, what have we done so far? We've put something on 2 different platforms, or 2 different buttons. We found a secret hall, but there doesn't seem to be anything inside of it. Unless there was a small button which I could press, which I didn't see. There could be other secret doors around the edge. That's kind of what I've been trying to do at the moment. Get to the wall and follow that. It seems like... Okay, if I'm looking south, then that way is east. Right. Nothing there. nothing there. There's that button again. And that's the entrance. That's the beginning. So if I step here or I step here, then I'm going to teleport again. And I don't want that. That just throws me off again. I am currently facing... Right, okay, and I've got to go south. The entrance is... to the east. Right, okay. We're looking at a square room. It's probably about... 7 by 8 squares or something like that. You own StarCraft 1, a unique USB drive that came with a Wings of Liberty Collector's Edition. StarCraft 1 itself seems free to play, is it? You can try it a bit. Actually, yeah, I think I might actually have it on what's it called? Battle.net, or whatever the Blizzard thingy is. I don't think I've ever actually... I might have tried it on that briefly. Yeah. I don't tend to use Battle.net for much. If I have it uploaded, it's generally because I was like, I'm gonna putz around in World of Warcraft for a bit. Okay, so... yeah, we're back at the beginning there. Okay, and this way. Way. I'm looking south there. Now looking east. North. The entrance is over there. I can hear those axes. Looking east. The entrance is over there. Turned north. I mean, that doesn't change. Hey, there's another button there. So there's like a button in each of the 3 different corners? These don't seem to do anything. They're just decorations, it appears. Don't want to step into the teleporter. Teleporter's there. That's fine. Damn it! Okay, but I know where I am. It's not that far. At least I think I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Now I just have to get back to that room. I don't remember how I got there. I just gotta load. Okay, so I put that there. There's apparently like a hole there, but you can't see it. I wish maybe you had a bit of a wider view, or like the holes stuck into the edges of your view slightly. I don't remember how many campaign missions there are in StarCraft. There's a good, like at least 12 for each of the different for each of the 3 factions or something like that. Where am I looking? Okay, I'm looking south. South is the direction I want to go. Over there. I'm looking north. Okay, south again. There's a hole there, so I can't really go north there. I'm looking... Right, yes. Foot. Oil flask there. That's the entrance. StarCraft 2 is, you think, 15 each for each faction? Also a DLC campaign for Nova Unit Pride. Is that for StarCraft 2? I really didn't keep up with any of the stuff about StarCraft 2 once Wings of Liberty came out. So, anything to do with it, the lore and all that is kind of unknown to me. I didn't even really bother looking it up. Hold off. Which way am I looking? West. Okay. I want to look south. I've put like... There's the stick. Oop, hold on. Just one moment. A thing I was editing has just finished. You know, you start this like a while ago. You start this like midday and it just keeps going. I feel like it works faster if you have focus on it, but really shouldn't. Nova Covert Ops bundle. It's a ghost campaign. Right, yeah. I suppose it was to tie people over because they cancelled StarCraft Ghost, which is where Nova was supposed to be from. Okay, I think I will go south. That's where the secret wall is. There we go. Has that done what I need to do? Get out of here, Ghosty. There we go. There's a button there. Hey, hey. A dragon figurine. Okay. So have I done what I need to do in here? I was expecting once I'd done it for my auto map to come back. Okay. Do I just drop down a hole and have to find my way back there to get my auto map back? Seems a bit rough. I suppose I could do that. Join late again. Oh no. Well, welcome all the same. Ow. We're solving puzzles without our auto map. I've just got to find my way back there. I think it was like a... I think the way to get there was like north. Up here. Right, so... this way. Mists of Doom! Spook 'em! There we go. Yep, it was this way. I want my auto map, damn it! Okay, but I mean, yeah, the door's locked behind me, so I'm going to lose it anyway, even if I want to get it back. I see. Oh, I now understand when I said funny you should say that when I talked about not having the auto map yesterday. Oh, okay. That's what you meant. This is what you meant. I thought, like, you just didn't pick it up at the beginning. Yeah, interesting. Hmm. Does this mean I just can't get the auto map back? Ever? Because I need to get over this spot. Be able to get it back. And the door's not opening. You actually never completed the game. You got to this part and kind of gave up. Everything else here is... well... I did get a dragon statue from there. I mean, honestly, I could just take a print screen. Which wouldn't necessarily help me because the arrow wouldn't move around, but... You know, yeah. So, looking at this, let's see. I've released Dawn from the crystal ball over there. That's where the stairs go up. I can get back to here if I need to have a look at the auto map again. There's an area down there and a button on the wall which I haven't pressed. Going through that teleporter to attack those axes. The whole room which I was going through was like this. Something there that might require a key. Do I have a key? I have this statuette. I don't think I need this now. I have this cobra figurine, this dragon figurine. We have this small key. I don't need this anymore. Get to the end of the game, you don't have the Crucible of Faith anymore. Ah, cure the king. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't. We've lost it. What? Oh. I'm going to say that the puzzle here is solved. Unless there's something else which I'm not aware of. Let me through. Can't we just wedge it open? Yeah, these don't seem to really... Well, I mean, actually, no. They controlled the teleport. So... yeah, that teleports me just back to there. Okay. Get out of here. I see you posting smarm in the chat. You think it's smart? Oh, this door needs all the 10 rocks you could find earlier in the game. We sure hope I didn't use or leave any of them behind. No, that would be mean. Something in my mind has always been worrying about something like that happening in the game, but since I've watched a playthrough of this game, I'm pretty sure it doesn't pull... a while ago, that is. I'm pretty sure the game doesn't pull anything like that. Okay, pits. Are these pits? Where was that button? Yeah, it was there. Didn't do anything. I mean, that's more of a that's more of what some of these hero adventure games moves. Oh, you know how... Or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I've never finished that text adventure game. That one's just mean, though. They made it with that purpose in mind. That, oh, you're going to have to play through this several times to figure out how to solve puzzles because you're going to get stuck, and then you're going to have to play through the game again to figure out how to not get stuck. It just closes. I thought maybe the button I pressed would actually, like, hold up. Oh, will this fill out at all with it when I don't have it? No, it doesn't. Okay, I've been over here, but it doesn't fill out. Well, you don't have the auto map. I see you, Ghoster. Not a fan of games who do that. No, not really. Let's see, what's the example I'm thinking of? There's actually several examples in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy one. There's one where... I mean, the game's so old. Spoilers. There's one at the beginning of the game where you have to buy a sandwich. I think it's a cheese sandwich. And you have to feed it to a dog really early on. Because later on, if you don't, this dog will eat the miniature space fleet you're in. So you get ate by a dog. Another one is, I think it's on the Vogon spaceship, and you have to get a babel fish out of a vending machine. And every time you try and get one out of the vending machine, it you fail to catch it, and it slips and it like shoots out a hole in the room or something like that, or down like a grating or something. And you know, you're like, okay, so it fell through this grating. I'm gonna put a rug or the towel over the grating. And then you press it again, and it's like, oh, it slips off, it runs off the carpet, and it goes down onto the floor, and the little robot zooms into the room, scoops it up, and flies off with it, because it's cleaning up. It's just like a process of getting another one. Oh, this happened now. I'm gonna have to do this to try and get it. Oh no, now there's something else. It's just this whole sequence. And I think you have to do one part of it in preparation without losing a bit. In preparation or in the anticipation of losing it. Because if you try it all reactionary, it's one short. One babel fish short. So by the time you solve all the problems of it getting away from you, it's just run out of them. It's really asinine. I've never really played any of those, like, text adventure games. Ooh, getting more spooky there, Paulson. Not even the Zork ones. I've played a little bit of the Zork games, but, never played through any of them. Except for Zork Nemesis, but that doesn't really count, because that's FMV. I think the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure game's actually free to play. So old. Just play it with the walkthrough open.
Blast this door. It's jammed.
It's jammed. Who'd have thought this door is jammed? Those kind of puzzles is why I particularly liked playing the, I always played the LucasArts adventure games growing up, because they don't have dead ends in them, and they encourage you to try different things to get funny responses. I always liked that. I really shouldn't. My psychologist and I have an agreement. Okay. Here's the choppy thing. There we go. There we go. It actually went bonk when I got it right. Oh, that's heal. A great magician removed the auto map. A great smith removed this auto map. Wham! Go.
It appears to be a most ornate lock.
Heck is it? Downright fancy. Step out of the walls. Face me. Ghost to person. There we go. Did I help or kill the brain dudes? We ended up killing the gnolls. I went with the other guys. So we got, like, fighter levels. I'm assuming if I went with the gnolls, we'd get mage levels. That's not a button there, is it? Oh. Boop, boop, boop. All these runes with nothing in them, unless there's a button here which I'm not seeing.
It appears to be a most ornate lock. That doesn't appear to be how you use this.
That doesn't appear to be how you use this.
That doesn't appear to be how you use this.
Are you daft?
There is no way to pick this lock. There is
You're just not trying hard enough.
this lock. That doesn't appear to be how you use this. That doesn't appear to be how you use this.
Well, we got to hear that. Brain guys give magic levels. Yep. Seems to be the more useful one in your opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I think I went with it because I vaguely remembered the Let's Play I watched years ago went with the gnolls, so I wanted to do the opposite. But the gnolls are a pain to fight though. They're all magic and they like earthquake, so you drop your weapons and they... Oh, it's just a bad time. Once you get them into melee and you pick your weapons up though, they're not that bad. Aside, also they, you know, the acid burned my armor. But, I did the, I did the expert move and just took off all my armor. Eventually. I was like, you know what? They can't burn what I'm not wearing. But he just now realized. Oh well. Hey, that's different. What the heck happened? Okay, I'm there. And I believe now I'm in the top left-hand corner of this maze. Yep. Because I fell down there before. Need to go this way. Acid burns my armor. Must be the worst line in any RPG. Ugh. Ugh. I just do the same thing again. Oh, hang on. Wasn't there a button on here which I could press? Well, there is, but it doesn't get rid of this. Fine. I think I pressed that originally to, Let's see. What other annoying lines are there in RPGs? I'm getting a tad hungry. Famished. Ah, very tasty. Those aren't really lines. They don't speak them. Just the sounds of the baby birds of your party. Always crying out for food. Need to play Ultima 7 sometime. Oh, this is active again. There we go. I'm overburdened. Gonna have to drop some of this stuff. You have been waylaid by enemies, so must defend yourself. That's not an annoying line though. That's just great. Damn it! Just have to drop down the hole once you get up there, I suppose. I probably will look this up at some point. I mean, well, soon. Let's see, where was that portal? The portal was... Actually, was there a keyhole here? I have a key. There's a button over there. There's another button there, but I can't get through them. That's a teleporter which leads to the, that's where Dawn was. These are some beds. Okay, let's go through the portal again. For some reason, I've ended up been playing through Neverwinter Nights, even though I find the plot of it rather boring, but, you know, the combat's fun. Finding the items and all that, so I've just been inundated with lines of, "Here comes halfling death!" But of course you're going to run around with the rogue so that you can unlock all the chests. I love this part. Mists of Doom. There we go. There we go. There's one left. Okay. Right, this is where I lost my automat. Okay, I think I'll save this. That's the room where I keep falling down. That's jammed. That's the choppy thing. So the door with the ornate lock is over here. That's the teleporter which leads to here. I've been down here. That button's... I don't know whether that button did anything. Those don't have any locks on them, so... Or, you know, buttons on them, so I can't activate them. There is something there, apparently. Don't know whether I've pressed that or not. It's not like a 9, is it? 2 something 9. Hmm. I don't know why I keep thinking that. It's like, oh, there's things hidden in the level. And just as a catch-up also, this is the floor below, and when I'm dropping down, either I'm dropping down over here, if I'm in that puzzle room, or if I drop down into that room where I can't get out of, I have to resignedly get back to the stairs up. It's dropping me over here, so I'm going like this. This is easy because if I drop down into here, I can tell because of the color of this lock here, it's a red one. I go through this portal and it just teleports me like here. I didn't find out what this was. This just apparently accepts items and teleports them to somewhere else. I don't know where that is too. I put something in there. I think I put some bones in there and they just whoop, disappeared to somewhere else. Okay. I am going to have a look. Let's see. This level's a bit arsehole with the auto map taken away. Navigating isn't that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, I get confused, especially in that room with all the pits and the spinny things. Navigating it isn't too bad. It's overlooking small buttons on the walls more than it. But that's what I've been using the map for. It's like, oh, there's a button there. I can go back and check it. Because sometimes the buttons are really small or difficult to see. They're easy to find, so certainly the auto map helps with navigation as well. I've gone through the areas so many times. Music's good. Okay, let me see. I want to see... I'm going to have a look at the dungeon first. Okay, there's a 31 there. What's this? Secret passageway. Oh, yeah, okay. 5? Button on the north wall toggles the west wall, and the niche on the south wall that devours anything you put into it. No, okay, it's just loses items. Okay, it accepts it, and it just goes away. I did get a valence cube for destroying them. Do you get a different item if you destroy the gnolls? Let's see. No, you get a valence cube. A death stick. Okay. Castle Chimera. 25. This area will not show on your magic atlas. You will be teleported to the center of this room after you lose your atlas. It says, don't worry, you get it back. Okay, so I can get it back. I did think it was in the center. You must relocate the 4 pressure plates in this chamber and place an item on each of them. You must move slowly because most of the room is trapped with confusing spin squares and treacherous pits. Yes. Place items on the ground to help keep track of your relative location, or... I don't know. How do I do it? Just be patient, because the compass eventually shows you where you're facing. Once you depress all 4 plates, you will have access to the 3 secret corridors along the south wall. The center corridor leads to a stairs going up to Castle Chimera level 2. Oh, okay. Let's see. 27, secret passage. Yep, okay. 33, stairs level 2. 26. Press the button on the wall to enter this corridor. Press the south button, then the east button. A niche will open in the west. Take the dragon figurine in the niche and leave the alcove without pressing the buttons again. If you accidentally do and the corridor is blocked, place an item you don't need in the niche and press the buttons to close the niche and re-alcove. Okay. 28. There is no number 28 on the map. That's what this guide is. That's what this guide actually says. This must be like from a hint book or something. No, there is a 28 on the map. Why does it say that when I see clearly see. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh, this door does not open. Okay, fine. Uh, 24. No, that's not right. Right, 22. Wait, what? 22? Oh. Oh, okay. So I suppose I'll get my map back when I go up to the second level. Okie dokie. Right, and I'm over here. Sorry for looking it up, but wow. I want to keep things rolling a bit. I do like puzzling them out, but no, only for so long. Said before. No. You believe Lands of Law 1 being a bit asshole? The third one is more fair, you don't know about the second one. I don't... Might have seen a playthrough of the third one. I'm pretty sure I have seen a playthrough of the second one.
It didn't do anything.
Ooh. Get back here. Let me spook you. Bugger. You led me into a trap. It's a waste of my time. Is one of them got a character which transforms, or am I thinking of a different game there? I remember one of these dungeon crawlers where you had a character who was able to turn into like various different types of beings, like a small rodent, a big monster, and something else. You believe that's Lands of Law 2? Okay. Right, so yeah, I don't actually know about Lands of Law 3. Okay, that button I've pressed it. Wop wop. Get out of here. Boo. Maximum spooky. Okay, so that got rid of one of these. And that made it reappear. Okay, let's see. Like... North. South. North. Let me see again. Okay. Now what you need to do? Okay, fine. That actually got rid of the enemy as well. Just belated. Huh. Okay. Now what's this for? Placing an item into this niche causes it to disappear. Hitting the switch to the south causes the niche to reappear with the item transformed into silver coins. Oh, okay. So it's just like a... It's like a cumbersome shop or something. Interesting, but ultimately useless. Pardon error is great in this one. I mean, yeah, it's like, you have to drop something on this. That's not something you've had to do before. Okay, so I have an item, I think, on each of 4 of these squares. Actually, no, I think I took one off, didn't I? Ah. Yes, okay. That means the switches are not all positioned correctly. Because they all have to be, all their tongues, I think, have to be up. There we go. Okay, so which way am I facing now? South. I want to go south. I also need to check the pressure plates. I think I removed an item off one of them. That one's still there. That one's still there. I think I picked up the death stick? No, the death stick's still there. What? You're coming with me. Wait, hold on. Where am I going? I have no memory. Okay. Where am I? Here. There we go. I think. Oh. I've clearly gone the wrong way. Now I'm just lost down here. Keep going until I find something which I remember. Items which I left there. I mean, this place does like a big loop, so if I... And I just did a big loop. Okay. That's very good that I got smacked in the face by that, because I know now where I am. Smack! Alright! I forgot about the twitchy compass. Injustice, Gods Among Editions. Oh. Ian Holm. Oh. The actor who played Bilbo Baggins passed away. Oh. Oh well. 88's a pretty good age. I'm not very familiar with the actor, I'm afraid, apart from that role. Okay, I'm gonna save again before I do this, so I don't have to run all the way through there again. There we go. Okay, and I'm facing south. Right, so apparently there's one here. And I took this off. There we go. And it reappeared. Okay. Done. I didn't realize that there was there was 3 secret walls there. I just thought it was to get the statuette. Holy what the heck are you? Oh, it's an aggressive Beyblade. Actually, it looks like something I swear I've seen something like that before from something else. The Goron spinny ball mode in Ow. Majora's Mask?
This looks very strange and dangerous.
They say after they've been hit by multiple fireballs from it. This looks very strange. You only know him from 2 roles, personally Bilbo Baggins and the android from Alien 1. Oh, did he play that character? Oh geez, what was his name? Oh geez.
I don't have enough magic.
Jeez crap, this thing is powerful. The enemies in this game have been very imaginative throughout the entire thing, really. Crap. Basil Cup. Oh, Bacata's. Oh, it's stunning us? Ugh. What's the character's name? Hold on. I have a book version of. Oh, there's another one. It's getting smacked in the back by fireballs. Ow. Ash, is it? Okay. There we go. Thanks. Huh. I didn't realize it was the same person. Well. Nice varied role. Too bad I didn't get to magic levels. Magic 4 heals everyone, you know. That would be useful. Alas, alack. Okay. I see you over there. Wow, they're fast. They're all just going for Kieran. Ooh. Hooray! We dealt with it. Ah, crap! A fireball to the face. Close to leveling up magic? Maybe. Don't actually know. Let's see what our levels are. Magic Mage is about halfway through 3. Beginning of 4, and yeah, Paulson just leveled up to 4, so not really. Okay. Wait, there was a button back there. What's that do? Oh. Where the heck do you come from? Pretty good way of getting rid of them. You could use the fireball stuff to level my magic. Can you? I have a fireball stuff? I have a wand of fireballs. No. Another one of these spinny things. They look like some kind of tormented Pokemon. Of course they do that. I was thinking, you know, these things don't seem to be that bad. Chances are they can burn your armor. Well, the acid burned my armor.
I don't have enough magic.
Now the acid burned my armor.
Oh, come on, that was the first hit. I want to take off my armor? No, because they deal more damage than the gnolls do, because they... I don't know if armor blocks magical damage. I kind of guess that it doesn't. Heat lightning. There we go. I believe it has no charge. Oh, do you mean you could just do it constantly? So. There we go. I don't have that many hit points. What's in here?
Locked. It doesn't fit.
Okay. Staff. Gustavus. Riposte.
Empty.
Okay. Save before I try. Okay. Hold on. We've been cornered by one of these. Okay. Armor on. Because I don't think these can destroy your armor. Okay, let's try this. So, it's thought the wand of fireballs doesn't have charges? Or like, it practices magic for you? Maybe. Oh. There we go. Okay, so it does have a limited number of charges. If it increased my magic though. I think it did actually. You think you equip it as a weapon? I can equip this. Wand of Lightning. I can't equip the Wand of, Fireballs. It's interesting that you do one but not the other. The lightning's getting weaker, yeah. Oh, actually, no, that cycled through. Because that was like, okay, it's getting weaker and weaker, now it's going to peter out. Then it's like, no, it got full strength again. Does seem to be training my magic. Okay, is that a trap? Let's just not step on that. That seems like a bad idea. Lightning one? It seems like perhaps there is a bit of an oversight there, because it doesn't make sense that you can equip one of these but you can't equip the other. Bonk. Okay, there's nothing to open up there. Or open that door. As I read on the walkthrough I was looking at, that door where we were saying it was jammed, apparently there's just no way to open that. So, it's just, you know, oh, there could be something there. Okay, this goes fine. No. Sod you! Yeah, now it's stuck on, like, full power. Oh, he stunned me. Oh, no. Because it went from, like, full strength to weak. And now it's just on full power. Interesting. Unlimited power. Zap, zap, zap. That's very interesting that that happened. Hey, there we go. Yeah, it's increased his mage level now. Can he cast Mist of Doom level 4? No. Heal level 4? Well, he's not healed. He hasn't got full mana, so. Get out of here. These look familiar as well. I don't know why I keep thinking these enemies look familiar. I feel like I've seen things like it in other games. I just don't know what from. Ow. Okay, a Cyclops skull. Charging up. I'd like to play through Red Alert 2 at some point. Fully charged. Oh, that got rid of that. Okay. Red Alert 3 was fun. Ooh, heck. That's all, like, alive and moving. That's kind of creepy. Like, the hands are moving and all that. I'm surprised that's not happening everywhere. Buttons affect the door behind you. Okay. I was sure it's magic now, anyway. 35, 72. Get out of here! Don't know which powers you toy with. There we go. Okay. Oh, maybe I can't step on those? Doesn't it show a wall there? Yeah, it shows a wall there, so I can't actually step on that. Can I? We can! It just hurts us and bounces us back. Okay. Oh, there's another one of you sods. There we go. The lightning is tearing through everyone. Imagine if I got 2 of them and gave it to Picada. Thinking of that, actually, I think I did have it when there was the replicator, which I didn't actually have to use to replicate the keys. You can't actually use it to replicate the keys. So, I could have actually replicated the lightning wand. I wonder if this would have affected both of them. Probably. Where are we going? King Richard. Oh, apparently he's behind there. How do we know that?
A worn lock. It does not fit.
I'm feeling like something's attacking me, but I can't see it.
There is no way to pick this
Oh.
lock.
Are you like darting around the corner again or something, all the time or something? Okay, there's a button at the end of the hall there. Not really charging his magic now. Can I hit that by chucking something at it? Ooh. Okay. We can tell King Richard's behind that door because we can smell him. Oh, that's straight all the way down to the basement. Okay. Don't press that button. I'm gonna go up there. Or over here. Since XP depends on damage, I guess the lightning doesn't do that much damage. Maybe since it's a 1 to get less. Maybe, I mean, it has gone up a little bit now. I don't know. I mean, it leveled me up that other time pretty quickly. I suppose because it's now level 4, it's just not doing as much. I don't really know how the XP system in this game works. I sort of go on the vague assumption that the lower spells give you less XP because they're easier to cast. You cast them more often to balance it out, otherwise you could just spam like level 1 spark all the time and level up quickly that way. Ooh. Noir key taken. Doesn't look very noir to me. Can't even hear it like monologuing. There was another day in the tower. Just like any other, sitting in this niche, waiting to be used. Used like a common piece of rubbish. Then cast aside once my purpose had been completed. Something, there wasn't even a leggy dame around here. The closest thing was Scotia, and I didn't even want to consider. I don't know. I suppose you can polymorph.
It does not fit.
Oh, well, okay, that's not for King Richard. It seems to get really hard to level up once you get to level 5 or so. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll keep going up that way then. The law keep seems pretty niche. Ooh. Okay. They are ball and chain. Just lying here on the ground. Can't even use it. Because they're supposed to be like a prisoner here if we did something different. Or not, this is just the prison area. Nope, there's another one. I'm surprised I didn't use them earlier.
These holes look dangerous.
What holes?
These holes look dangerous.
Oh, hey. There we go. You used to level up fighting skills in the White Tower. Pretty easy to remember. Since the Emerald Swords do increase damage. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting if like leveling is actually attached to how much damage you deal. Might be why Picardo levels up fighting so quickly, because he has two. That would explain why he levels up so quickly, because he's got 2 weapons, so he's dealing like twice the damage everyone else is dealing. Maybe you get more XP if you do the finishing blow? Maybe. I really don't know. Should look it up. Not right now, but I wonder if anyone's done a stupidly in-depth examination of how this game works and mechanics-wise. Around the skeletons. Just push them aside. Okay. Nothing there. Left. Great! Right, so moving down that corridor just gets rid of the pothole. Up there, I suppose. Or the pit. It's a bit more than a pothole. Just guessing. Yeah, well, I'm just really just guessing as well. I find it interesting. No. Thinking about how things might work. What's that do? Ooh, a niche. Add a key. Okay. Areas down there I haven't been to. Okay, I'm gonna save. Can't dart into the room. Yeah, he really hasn't leveled up magic as much at all. Maybe now, because there's like 5 of them here. 3 of them? Yeah, that seemed to level it up, so it might actually also be, killing blows. Might be why also that it's, fast to level up in tower level 3, because there's a lot of them, you do a lot of damage, and they just keep coming.
It does not fit. It does not fit.
I mean, I'm just guessing. Maybe it just happened to go up a little bit then. Wham! There we go. Does Scotia have these things like rolling around here just all the time? Does she release them? Where do they live? How do they eat? I like some kind of weird flesh-crafted Zamishi horror. Oh, there's a button there.
An ornate lock. The key doesn't fit. The key doesn't fit.
Okay, you can just lockpick that. Like bones. Is that the other end of the is that the other end of the niche which I put the bones into? Or is that just like, it's a catacomb, there's bones in there. Should probably have put something a bit more distinct in there, but... like a bottle. And I'd be like, why is there an empty flask here? Oh. Because the game hasn't given me one of those since I was collecting the ingredients for the Joracle. Okay, I want to go... What's over... Hello. And you... There we go. Okay, save. I do like the interactivity of these, like clicking on things on the screen here. Ah. There we go. It's in here. Braces of defense. Nice. 100 defense. Ace of Infinity. Ace of Oblivion. That's very few. Like, these seem to have a very low chance of breaking your armor. More money.
Empty.
Unlike the gnolls, which were breaking my armor pretty consistently. Save. How are we going for time? Oh, that's fine. You'll be able to go for at least an hour, so we'll probably finish it tonight. Unless the battle with Scotia is all kinds of cheap. I don't really know whether this game would do a battle with Scotia or not. Can't imagine how you'd do something like that. Like an arena where you fight Jagathan and it's just go get his phylactery. After you wail on him for a while. I think you can kill him with just overpowering him with magic. It's much easier to just go for the phylactery. Or the crystal or whatever is in the same room as him. The other creatures in that room or in that area are more of a pain because it's just, oh, liches all over the place.
How they burn my armor.
Damn it! Now, for people who don't know, I did a playthrough of Arena a few months ago. It took a while. Fun though. I wish the game was a bit more free in what you could do though, because it's either play as a warrior or play as a mage. There's not really a mixture. So it's either wear heavy armor, or you don't get to wear armor, but you get magic. You can't level into mages after that, so you have to make the decision early on, right at the beginning. I was like, I want to make use of all the armor I'm picking up. I don't really want to just have to wear robes for the entire game. So, it is a point where Daggerfall is a bit nicer. Because it's like, hey, you actually get to be a battle mage and wear heavy armor and be a mage at the same time. Arena doesn't have that. It's all predetermined classes. And any class which casts mage has restrictions on armor. And weapons. Though I think by the end of it, a mage would certainly be the easier choice. Just because you'd have more answers against all the powerful enemies. Wizards, fighters just really have to tank it all. So you can get magical weapons to offset it. And everything paralyzes you. Yeah, that's another problem. Let's see. Am I going here? I just pressed a button and it opened something. What did it open? What did it? Okay, there's a button there. Oh, what's this? That was actually intended during development, just like, for example, not being able to use the heal spell to resurrect dead party members, but they took out some things before releasing it. Okay. Wait, in Arena? Daggerfall? I suppose... Was one of them planning on having party members in them? Oh, this game. What was I... Okay, wait, hang on, hold on. I've gotten all confused again. I've gotten all confused. So what were we talking about? Like... restrictions based on class. Okay. Is that what it was? Is that what it's, was it related to? Like a mage was going to be more specifically a mage rather than sort of just a combination of all things. Okay, right. I kind of like that they went this way, even though it sort of just means you're just able to do basically everything. But in a way, I like the freedom of being able to do that. Though class restrictions are nice to have as well. Sort of looking at Skyrim here, and it's like, you know, I like the class system in Morrowind and Oblivion because it may help you define your character, whereas Skyrim is just like, I don't know, you're everything. And it's, every character ends up being the same. And I don't really mean that as being a sneaky gadget archer, just because you tend to gravitate towards what's easiest to use. You do that in any of the games, but having more restrictions in place holds off the inevitable, I suppose. Like, you're not really going to be sneaking around in Morrowind. You could do that. You more sneak around in that game so that you get out of sight to steal stuff, not really to backstab people. What I remember. Do a playthrough of Morrowind. I don't know what I do. Mages is the best. Bam! Fireball. Damage over time for, you know, like 5 points. 1 point of damage over several minutes. Just burn to death slowly.
It does not fit.
Hey! Oh, that worked. What'd that do?
A lock. It does not fit.
Can't open that though. Oh, okay. Did that actually make that appear? Oh! That teleported me. Okay, I'm over here. Teleported from there to there. You mean the staves in this game have literally no purpose for melee fighting, but they provide some defense. You'd never use staves in this game, but you can see they had something planned with that. Yeah, right. Yeah, and like the beggar who gives you the whisper cloak, and it's like, this will hide you, but it doesn't. Yeah, all the rapiers, and they're like, increase your attack, but also increase your defense slightly. It's always interesting how a game sort of gets pulled back from its original ideas they had. Daggerfall's got so many of that. You can just keep playing the game and it's like, oh, there's all these cut ends around the place of stuff which they're wanting to do or planning to do, and they have to end up not including it fully. Rooms which serve no purpose in the cities, or
Burn my
damn
armor.
it, good thing I saved. Characters which don't do anything, or just some routes which aren't as good as others. Daggerfall's a fascinating game to play through. Arena's interesting because of its infinite open world, infinite above ground world. There's not much to find in it, but it's interesting to wander around for a bit in. Because there is like dungeons you can come across. Or just randomly generated, but... Ooh, stairs up. We're watching you, scum. Do I want to go up? Do I have a choice? Do I advance to a point where I can't go back? Because I'd like to free King Richard. I feel like I should do that. Now let's go up the stairs and see if we can go back down again. Or is this going to be cutscene?
You will not cheat me again.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to save. And, I'm going to actually go and try this key I got on, the door which is keeping King Richard locked away. So we can free Patrick Stewart. Deserves. Yeah. There we go. Yep, just keep going up through there. These things scuttling around the corridors. Okay. Right. open that? Save over that, just in case I... Okay, that one opens there.
It doesn't fit.
Let me in! Is this just a unpickable lock? Or... Okay.
Locked.
It's definitely locked. Rapid fire lockpicking there. The labyrinthian in Arena is actually a labyrinth, where in Skyrim it's 2 rooms and a couple of corridors. I hated that. It's like, this is the mighty labyrinthian, and it's a single path. The way they're just like, you know, oh well, it's not, you know, it's a specific part of labyrinthian, not actually, you know, it's not the part you're in an arena, which it makes sense. It's just like, oh, so this is the lame part of the labyrinthian. Anyway, I do like Skyrim. It's a lot of fun. I've spent a lot of hours playing it. It's just, I don't know. No. Wrong way. Ow. I do think I enjoyed Skyrim more than Oblivion.
It does not fit. There is no way to pick this lock. It does not fit.
Can I not actually open this? I suppose maybe I have to defeat Scotia to get the key from her to be able to open this. It would make sense she'd have the key on her person. Because, let's see, I've been up here, been down there, been in these rooms. There's something... No, that's a wall. That was where I used the other key. It's the chest which I just can't open. I don't want to get to the end and it'll be like, oh, hooray, everyone's happy and all that, and it's like, oh, you forgot to rescue King Richard and the tower blew up. Like, womp womp. Aren't you forgetting something? They could have used the same layout as an arena, would have been a nice throwback to the old games. It would have been more. Can't remember Labyrinthine from Arena. Was it a pain? Maybe? A number of the dungeons in Arena were annoying because it was, well, powerful enemies backed up with, like, I don't know, just endless hordes of enemies?
It does not fit. It does not fit. This is already unlocked.
Well, we can open that way. Push his nose. A unicorn figurine. Yeah, we were collecting those. So we have 3 of them now. We have a dragon, cobra, and a unicorn. Going by game rules logic, I'm assuming we need 4 of them. I might search around until we can find another one. Hellhounds at low level open a door and then immediately destroyed. Yeah, that's one thing. Also the snowballs, frost wolves. I think one of the enemies which was a constant pain to me were iron golems. Or things like that. Because it's just like... It walks up to you, punch. You're dead or badly injured. Wasn't that long ago that I played it. I'm just blotting out the memory of it, I suppose. I have played a lot since then. Liches also. I don't remember vampires or liches being as deadly as they are in Daggerfall. That button just straight up disappears. Oh, Picada, you're a bit unconscious there, pal. Okay. No, there's a button there. Okay. Well, that just took my sword. I mean, I didn't need that sword, but I wonder where I took it to. If anywhere. Or was it just, ahoy, I ate this. It's also there. Okay. I'm going to have another look and see what's going on around here. Let's see. 5. Placing an item causes the item in the niche to disappear. Well, thanks. 33. Oh, okay. There's actually a bit more going on here afterwards. Does it say something about that chest which I was looking at? Let's see. 23. Apparently it's got something in it. But it just says it contains some things, what I'm looking at. It doesn't say how to open it. No, smash it open. Can you actually smash chests open? I didn't know that you could do that. Okay. Right. Well. Well, since we've been going for a little bit, I'm just going to take a brief break, and then I'll be back. And we'll continue with Lands of Lore. So stay tuned for that. Back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Break's over, and I just had a biscuit. Alright, so... I think there might be a bit more to do here. So we need to get up there. And it does seem that the keys which I've been using on the locks... I'm always a bit paranoid that the keys I use on the locks are ones which you don't necessarily need to use them on. So it's like, oh, you used the key on there. That's good, but you could have used it over here where it would have been much better. But I don't know how often, if at all, that is in this game. So, I'm not sure. Is there? Do you mind? I tried to open this because apparently there's items in it. Can I smash this open?
It does not fit. It does not fit.
Nope. Oh well. There's one key in the Droracle case. There's one chest in Droracle case that has a key, but it can also be lockpicked. Okay. So you always have a key left over for that dungeon. Yeah, that might have been what caused me to worry about it in the first place. Because I was like, oh, I have leftover key. Also the Iron Tower, because I had 2 leftover Mystic Keys from that area. Because I think I picked the door locks which they were used on. It's neat that you can do that. However, I feel... I don't know. If that's the case, I feel that the keys which you use on those doors should be clearly, like, inferior. Or just like, you know, oh, this is a... like a silver key in, I don't know, Legend of Zelda or something. It's like... no, those are used for doors. A type of key, like a rusty key or something, which is easy to tell so that you can say to yourself, this can be used on a lock, but it is not absolutely necessary to use on the lock. If I happen to pick the lock, then it's no big deal. I just dropped that down the hole. No, there was... no. How was I supposed to do this? Let's see, I was doing a bit of reading also. Let me see. Okay, so it's just south of King Richard. It's at 37, is it? Yes. Okay, so 37. Throw an item over the pit to the east to hit the switch on the wall. This will cause a teleporter to appear across the pit to the south. The pit is an illusion. This map is confusing because it doesn't like match up to what I'm seeing in game. It's got like a black and white map of the area and I'm looking at it, I'm like... okay, right. But I did throw something across the gap at that. Do I have to throw something more substantial? Let's start chucking items across the gap then. Booyah! Yeah, that's not working. That's an illusion. Is there a button here? No, there isn't.
These holes look dangerous.
Okay, right, yes, that just drops me all the way down to the dungeon again. I'm gonna have to read this again. I'm just not understanding exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here. Also, close you. Okay, let's see. What are the numbers? 33, 34, 35, 36. 33. There are two switches here. The switch on the west wall opens the wall to the east. Yeah, okay. That led originally, yep. That led to the door where Richard is. The switch on the south wall opens a pit beneath you that plunges you into the dungeon level. Yep, we know that. 34. This ornate lock can only be opened by the key found at 38. That's where I'm trying to go. Once the wall south of 36 is open. Wait, what? Once the wall to the south of 36 is opened. A spiked ball will fly from the south when you step here. Oh, okay. Yes, yes. Pressing both of these switches at 36 will open a passage to the south. "37. Throw an item over the pit to the east to hit the switch on the wall. This will cause a teleporter to appear across the pit to the south." Oh! Right, walk across it to the teleporter. Okay. Am I actually activating it over and over again? I'm just not noticing that I'm pressing the button. Because I'm expecting to hear a noise when I hit the button with an object. Don't. Okay, because I was expecting to hear like a click. There we go. Hey. Well, let's do that again, just so that I've burned it into my brain. Hit that. That hit the switch, even though you can't tell that it did. Pick up the key. Pick up the flask. What's that doing? It's making that pit there disappear? I suppose, but that pit's an illusion. I'll just drop down. And we are there. Okay. Oh, you can actually map this area out now. Because it's moved you past the confusing spot. Yeah. How do you do this? There. You've just got to do that again if you want to get out. Okay, and we just go back upstairs again. He needs to level up. Actually, he is about halfway up to level 5. Get back here, you weird, long-legged, beaked things.
I don't have enough magic.
No, you don't. Okay, save, because we have the carrying key now. Let's rest. Oh, full rest. Very nice. And since we've got that key, we can actually go into there now. Because that key is for there. But we do have to go up to the 3rd level. I was thinking the 3rd level would be an arena with Scotia, but it's apparently not, so... I suppose I should just... As it gets close to the end of the game, I'm kind of worried that we'll stumble into the end boss fight, and then it'll be like, oh, well, you didn't do everything you were supposed to. Nope. But I do know what we need to do. So. Yep, we've just got to keep going up and around here. Out of my way. I have a purpose. Okay, where do I need to go? Oh, I went past it. Hold up. I had too much of a purpose. We need to go here. Right, so you need to use the noir key.
It does not fit.
Yep. On there. Boop. That we're over here now. Stairs up are behind this door. Behind this door is one of these spinny death wheels. And that's all that's there. Okay. Well, we go up.
You will not cheat me again.
Says you. Actually blocked us off from going down, but... in here. A keyhole. Okay, so we need 2 keys to get in there. Ow. It just randomly go off in a direct. Oh, hello. You're ugly. You're a big toad monster. Give me my wand back.
I don't have enough magic.
Will this kill you?
I don't have enough magic.
No, it won't. Okay, well. That's, quite the thing. Oh, okay. There's just like multiple of you around here, are there? I backed up too far. Oh, he's running off, is he? I mean, you're not burning our armor, so that's not too bad. I've dealt with worse. There we go. Okay, they can be beaten. They're annoying to fight, but okay. Right, that plate closed the door behind me. It's like acid on the floor there. Is that important? Oh, the acid just burns you. Ow. Don't stand in the acid. Hello, welcome, welcome. Twitch just told you that I just went live. I've been live for the last 4.5 hours. Really? That long? Time just goes by, goes away. Goes places. Okay, you just have to scoot past that. Damn it, no! Give me my items! I'm sorry? Where's the enemies from the previous floor? Why am I hearing them? There we go. But welcome. Thanks for joining. I don't know. Twitch is, seems to have a lot of foibles. Giant frogs. Is there something else up here? Nothing there. Oh, well, great, thanks. Wait, there was 2 buttons in there? Oh, okay. Right? That's weird. It just, like, this one opens this door, this one opens this door. That seems inane.
There is no way to pick this lock.
Small key?
It does not fit.
Smash it! No? Okay.
The compass appears to be broken.
Oh, what?
The compass appears to be broken.
It's not really. It's just taking a bit extra time to get around. I suppose that's what they'd say
The compass appears to be broken.
if you looked at it while you're in that spinny maze. Eat lightning, giant frogs. How close are you to leveling up? Nearly. Oh, there you are. Can you stop that? Stop making me drop all my weapons. Oh, that was a wonderful heal. Fantastic heal. Great. Ooh, 144. Be healed. There we go. Actually, come to think of it, that room, you could block it off and just sleep in there. That might be what it's for. You know what? I'm going to go do that. Where was it? Yeah, here. Oh, you could just sleep here. Because enemies can't appear on the same square you're on, so perfectly safe in this one square room. There we go. Okay. Yeah, then we just have to go this way. Not that way. Over here. Ow.
This looks very strange and dangerous.
Thank you, Picard. It'd be neat if maybe over the course of the adventure they actually
This looks very strange and dangerous.
get a bit more experienced in things, so they're sort of like, you know, ah yes, this is a type of trap, something like that, after they've seen it a few times.
This looks very strange and dangerous.
Okay, spike balls being shot across the room. There is a button on that wall. That's what's behind the door, is it? Ugh. Eat lightning. You and your weird, like, multi-tentacled tongue.
This looks very strange and dangerous.
This looks dangerous.
He just said, this looks dangerous. Okay. Oh, is that actually...
Leave weapons here. Leave armor here.
I mean, why?
Leave medicines here. Leave jewelry here. Leave weapons here.
Okay, fine. I suppose we could do that. We'll just humor the game. Seems like a terrible idea, but hey, I've done a save. Do I have to drop all of them? All of the weapons? How many weapons do you have?
Leave armor here.
Does that include braces? What about boots? I suppose they count as armor. No, you haven't dropped off your... I say last time the game had said something like this that was completely optional.
Leave jewelry here.
Okay. It just seems like a bad idea, honestly, but hey, whatever.
Leave medicines here.
Oh, you only need to put one there. A dull key. Neat. Okay, so you only need to put like one down, not everything down. Oh, that's pretty cool. And your basil ring. Yep. Now it's closed up again. Pick up salve. Let's pick up all of our armor. there. And these boots. All of our weapons. Because when I'm told to do something like that, I go, oh, damn it. There we go. And there. How about Great Axe Death? Emerald Blade, Ebony Staff, and Great Sword of Justice. There we go. Like new features in Twitch where you can see how long stream was been. You don't like many of the other changes though. I have seen some, like, what's it called? UI changes here and there. Also, some menus when I open them stay open even when you open up a new tab, which is a little annoying, but oh well. Fuck, leave all your equipment and armor here. Player does that, Scotia. Well, that went better than expected. That's what I was expecting, honestly. I can't believe you did that. Slap. I'm pretty sure that happened previously. It's just like, leave stuff here. It's like, okay. And then it's like, oh, well, you don't have to. Or maybe it was just another situation like this one, where it's just like, leave a type of, one type of that item there. It says armor, and I just like, oh, okay, you mean all of it. Okay. Interesting. There's a niche there now, but I can't get to it. Unless that's an illusion. Probably not. Wait, where? There it is. Nope, it's not an illusion. I guess you can soft lock if the spinny things that spin do made all your armor. Maybe. It would certainly make things a lot more difficult. That's why I reload every time they burn my armor, because I just like, I'm not going to deal with running around without any armor on. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't have so much of an issue with it if, say, it was easy to get replacements, but because armor in this game is pretty much always found, you know, in chests or the like, and I can't exactly go to a store right now, then, yeah. Makes, like, it getting destroyed quite a bit more of a big deal. Especially because it might be, like, really good armor, the best armor you can get in the game, possibly. It's like, oh, well, that's just destroyed now. I think we've had this... I think I was talking about this last time, where it's in Baldur's Gate. With the Iron Crisis. Is there anything there? There is a switch on the wall there. Wake up! Oh, hey! He could actually, cast level 4 healing. Full heal. Very nice. Scotia locked the door, but didn't remove the pit hole, so I'm not trapped after all. There we go. I press button. Also, it's raining currently. I thought I could hear a dull thudding. Very nice. Okay, what's in here? a button on the wall. A secret door's down there also. Secret wall.
Locked. The key doesn't fit.
What's in here? Arbalest Eternity. Bastion Plate Mail. It's exactly the same as the Dwarven Plate Mail. I mean, yay. And a whole bunch of money.
Empty.
Money, money. You can only finish this game if you end up with 5,000 silver crowns. Damn it! I knew I should have been, like,
There is no way to pick this lock.
saving every single item and
doesn't fit.
selling it.
The key doesn't fit.
Don't think I need this dark gauntlet or this statuette, man. We can just use this on Scotia. Slap. Bad Scotia, bad. Oh, I've been here. This is, yeah. Niche on the other side of the button I clicked. Oh! Yeah, I see that now. Okay, thanks for pointing that out.
The key doesn't fit. The key doesn't fit. There is no way to pick this lock.
Okay, we're going to need 2 keys for that lock. Damn it. Ow. Such finesse. Okay, a gold key. That probably is used for that door, is it? Plus, oh, 1. Haha. Okay, we're gonna be doing different. We're gonna be doing math, are we? Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I think I see what you have to do.
The sum must be correct.
Yes, yes. Haha. My habit of looking at the map and saying, is this saying something, has finally paid off. I feel vindicated. I took damage getting the key. Guess that makes sense since gold is ow in the periodic table. Aha. Okay, so I've got to press that because I think it said 3 at the moment. Okay. Sorry, out of puns. We'll get good new ones on Monday. Ah, the shipment's slow, is it? Damn it. I only want the freshest puns. So we have to shift this wall. To there, I'm assuming, so that becomes a 2. This is that one which changes it? This is all because Scotia really doesn't have anything better to do with her time. Maybe not. What does that change? That was a different noise. Oh wait, no, that's making the niche over there appear. Now I got to chuck something at that again? Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay. So now it says 2. And I think I can see what it did over here. I just lost my ebony staff. Oh no. It only casts 5 shots a swarm. It's no biggie.
The sum must be correct.
Humanoid figurine. There we go. It's a clever puzzle. Better than click a button and hope something happens somewhere. Yeah. There has been some in this game where it's like, oh, I pressed a button. What did it do? But, they haven't been too numerous. Thankfully. Can I leave here? There we go. Did I have to put something into that niche? Probably. I wonder if that dripping acid can actually burn your armor. The acid burned my armor. Damn it, even the environment's doing it now. Okay, we can actually go downstairs now. And I think I will do that because we have all that we need. To rescue good King Richard. Yep, I'm gonna do that. Before I explore anywhere else up here. Actually, hang on, where's the downstairs? I could just fall down the pit, can't I? That makes it easier.
The compass appears to be...
Ow. One express route downstairs, please. Hey, there's my axe. And there's my ebony staff. Okay, and I am over here, so we have to go all the way around. Oh. So nice. Go up here, over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Zap. Oh. Stop stunning Kieran. There we go. Doesn't like it. Okay. Away. Ow! Okay, this is where we need to be. Now, Kieran can cast level 4 heal. Very nice. You wonder if it's better to use a lower level spell than a higher one in terms of damage and leveling. I really don't know.
My liege!
Relax, Paulson. He appears unharmed, but our shroud has been tainted.
What can we do?
We must dispel the dark shroud, and then we can heal Richard.
Yay! We're gonna heal Richard.
Bad luck. Darkness has further imprisoned our liege.
Cursed darkness!
We must find a way to free the king. Where is the light? Where is the light?
A plinth.
'Tis a ray of hope.
We must direct the light.
Do these have a specific...
Maybe that will do something.
Oh, okay.
'Tis a ray of hope.
A breakthrough, perhaps.
Oh, I think I see.
The light follows.
Perhaps something else will work.
Where's that going? Over there. Okay. Oh, damn it. I wasn't done.
We must find a way to free the king.
Okay,
The
this
light
is-
follows its path.
Perhaps something else will work.
give me that.
Ah, a pattern is developing.
Light brightens the day. Nope, nothing happened.
Nope. Hello. Welcome, welcome. There's 2 casts of a lower spell, more damaging than 1 cast of a higher one. There's puzzles that would be in a Resident Evil game. The old good ones, that is. It does remind me of some of the ones I've seen from that.
Outstanding. I think I've got it.
That and like putting
Darkness cannot
like
stand the light.
plaques inside of slots on the walls or something.
I knew we could do it.
Hooray! Oh god, I forgot to put our glasses on. Whoop, they broke.
Brilliant. The shroud is restored.
Yeah.
Quickly, we must heal Richard.
Each key must be returned to its proper location.
Oh, I don't remember which ones go where, but Nathaniel's,
Fits.
Jaron's, not there. There, Olsen's, and Dawn's key. Again, I like the interactivity with this.
Let us supply the elixir now.
Okay.
We must heal him soon, or surely he will perish.
Yes, okay. There you go.
Elvni, Warven, Talamari, Connex Ver Ignati.
I can tell by the foul stench that I must be in Cimmeria.
It smells like
my
mothballs.
liege. It appears that I owe you all a debt of gratitude, but it must wait. What of Scotia? Has she been vanquished?
Scotia is said to be in the castle, but how shall we defeat her? She has changed form to thwart us on many occasions.
Take this ring, the Shard of Truth. Legend says that only truth can reveal the nether mask and foil the hag. I am too weak to join your group. I would merely slow you down.
Your Highness, how shall you defend yourself?
If you could spare a weapon, I would be grateful.
Okay. Any weapon? I can give you this glove. I do have 2 of those great swords justices, so you can have this then.
Thank you, Kira. You are a noble subject.
There you go. Is that enough? Go forth, destroy Scotia, make it so. Warp 11. Warp 11? How about an emerald plate? Can we just, like, give you stuff? Oh, you've already got something. Okay. There you go. He's still there?
Richard is gone. We should make haste. He may try to challenge Scotia by himself.
The damned fool! Okay. Let's run off. He's just charging through the halls. Ah! I must be drawn here. Sorry. Get out of here. There we go. There's a lot of you. Were you all waiting for me to get King Richard? This lightning wand feels kind of OP. Yeah. I mean, whose fault is it for telling me about it? I can switch it out. I kind of would like to train up my magic though, and this is a pretty good way to do it. We're nearly level 5. Zap! Zap! There we go. It's an amusing oversight in the game. That it sort of nearly works. And then it's just like, oh, okay, well, it's infinite now. Because I don't know what to do when I run out of charges, so I'm just going to loop around and add infinite charges. I wonder whether it's actually infinite charges, or whether it's just gone stack overflow, so you've got like, you know, 65,535 or whatever. 65535, is it? So eventually it would weaken again, but then it might just roll around again. There we go. Technically, you only told me about the fireball wand. That is true. And the fireball wand doesn't work like this, because you can't equip it. So there's another interesting thing, that it's like, only this specific wand. I don't actually know if there's other wands in the game. I think I found a wand of death at one point, but I didn't try to do anything with that. And I think I had to give that up. Yeah, I think that was in a part where it was like facial greed or something. Am I going the wrong way? I am. Because you have to go to the teleporter near where King Richard is. Not all the way around when like I was doing. Dark, 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 dark. What's a bit more practice though? Training. Killing. No. Don't bounce into that. Where do I go from here? There we go. How high mist can Kieran cast with full magic? I don't actually know. We'll have to find a space to rest so that I can try. Perhaps here? Ugh. I mean, he's level 4 magic at the moment, I think. He can cast level 4 Heal. Level 2 mists he can cast. So. Oh, wait. Why? Am I just being completely dumb? I have to get in here. That's where I have to be. Of course I saved right there. Wop wop. Okay. Load. I'm getting all confused. It is getting late. I might actually... I mean... There's really not that much left in the game, but... I don't know if I can really continue with it much more. Been going for nearly 5 hours. Just have to drop down. There we go. Okay, and I remember now where I need to go. Because we need to go here. Oh! When everyone's knocked out, you can't actually move. I couldn't move there. I suppose there was a guy over to the right. Jeez. Let me just check. How much more of this is there? I think I've got to find another key and do that, so it's getting quite late and or quite early, so I'm going to have to call it here, I think, honestly, and we might have to just finish this next time. We've only got a little bit more to do, but, well, yeah, probably have called it like about 20 minutes ago. All this wandering around is just taking it so much time, so we'll save it here, and we'll finish it off next time. It should only be it should only be short, maybe about, I don't think half an hour, possibly just an hour, about that. We'll be able to do something else as well with it, so it's a bit of a cliffhanger, but nah. As I said, I've been going for about 5 hours with this. Ugh. But yes. Anyway, that is Lands of Law, the Throne of Chaos. Well, thank you very much for joining me for this. It's been awfully long. And we'll continue this next time, where we'll actually go and defeat Scotia after rescuing King Richard. So yes. I'll see you then.